Hey everybody, TrinfiniteX here, back with Tears of the Kingdom. Aurora, thank you so much for the 27 months. How's it going? Unknown, welcome. It's been a while. It's been a while, the unknown 21. How are you? Do you have Tears of the Kingdom? You got the game. When did you get it? This actually matters. Don't update, guys. Don't update if you want to play with glitches. Just now? Like today? Or... a couple weeks ago? Ah, okay. Well, just make sure you don't accept the update today that came way early this morning. That is, assuming you were playing around with the incredibly easy dupe glitch. You got the Ganon hat 10 minutes ago? Oh, you mean like from the labyrinths? You didn't know there was one? Uh-oh. A dupe glitch or an update? Here, let me show you real quick. It's stupid easy. I showed this off on stream last time, but it's actually even easier than I made it out to be. Let's see. Let me see if I have anything valuable worth duping. Yeah, I mean, I guess I have something. Here. Like these rubies, for example. You didn't know there was a glitch? What is a golden apple? Oh. It's just like an apple, but it guarantees you a critical cook. You can find a lot of them, like over here. This shrine right here is next to a giant apple grove. The one on Satori Mountain, and it's just a random chance if it appears it replaces a regular apple. Yeah, go right next to the shrine. There's a massive grove. But anyway, check this out. Also, hi Gio, how's it going? I hope you didn't update. Bombs? Yeah, but honestly, they did their best to make it so we wouldn't need like wind bombing or BLSS. But here, check this out. So if we jump and paraglide and then pause in midair and hold 5 rubies, now press Y and B at the same time. And then pause. Hey, look at that. We still have 5 rubies, but 5 rubies just dropped on the ground. Now we have 10 rubies. That's the dupe glitch. It's stupid powerful. I hope you didn't update, Unknown. I hope you don't have automatic updates turned on. Yeah, don't accept their updates. Turn off your internet if you have to. Honestly, you shouldn't be updating anyway until they have DLC for this game. Also, hey, Time Tree. You didn't update, someone else on your Switch did? Uh-oh. But yeah, so there's a dupe glitch. It's super powerful. There's also a bunch of other really fun glitches that they patched out. Nope, thankfully you were in YouTube when this update happened. Good, Geo. Turned off auto update software and probably won't update it till they announce DLC. Right, because this is a single player game, right? Like, it'd be different if it was Pokemon. But this isn't Pokemon, this is just a single-player game, so why would we even bother to update this game until they produce DLC for it? There's literally no reason to do it. You did it, as in the glitch, or the update? Specify, unknown. What did you do? Yeah, like, I don't know why. Yeah, just set it to manually update. Oh, the glitch? Ah, good. Good. Yeah, you can duplicate any item in your inventory that way. There's also glitches for, like, getting an unbreakable Master Sword. There's glitches for all kinds of stuff. For, like, duping your weapons and stuff, but they patched it all. So do not update if you can. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and just say it now. I apologize for starting so late, guys. I just beat the game, actually. Well, don't worry, you can get some good stuff, I'm sure. Like diamonds for money, large zonite for battery. There's a ton of stuff you can duplicate. But yeah, I just beat the game on my other file. And the credits last forever. So I apologize for starting so late. That's what took so long. The credits are like half an hour, I swear. But let's not do any spoilers, guys. No spoilers in the chat for those who have not beaten the game, at least until next week. So today, tomorrow, and I'm going to go ahead and warn you guys right now, there probably won't be a stream on Monday. But then next Friday, we can talk about the game, about the story, about everything there is. And believe me, I have some stuff to say. How do you turn off auto updates? It's somewhere in the settings. I'll be honest, I don't know off the top of my head, but it's somewhere in there, I promise. Just look it up, like, online or something, on YouTube or something. How do I turn off switch auto updates? Yeah, like, it shouldn't be hard to find. Should be easy enough. Oh. Why is the Sheikah sensor still on? Turn this garbage off. We don't need that. Just made it. Perfect. You can have... Okay, when I say spoilers, I mean story spoilers, specifically. Here on my channel, I don't care about, like, game spoilers. Like, I'm concerned about story spoilers. Do not spoil the story. I don't know how far in you are. Like, don't spoil the ending, don't spoil what happens in the story. That's the only spoilers I care about. Like for example, like, things like Riju is almost certainly going to be the Sage of Thunder. Or Sidon's the Sage of Water. Those aren't really story spoilers. Because, let's be real, we kind of already know that that's going to happen. It's too obvious. Now, don't say how. Yeah, don't say how it happens. But, like, you can mention the sages and their abilities. That's fine. You can't figure out the Zora domain thing? Is it, like, what you're supposed to do next or something? Yeah, as long as you don't talk about what happens in, like, cutscenes or story, then it's totally fine. For you to say whatever. Like, if there's a part of, like, the Zora's Domain quest you can't figure out, I can help you with that. Maybe. Assuming I remember. Also, I agree with you, Geo. The Goron one is still the worst. It's much better than Breath of the Wild, though, honestly. Watery Bridge in Land of the Skyfish. What part of it are you on? Did you put the ruins back together and have him translate the full text? And then you go to King Dorephan and you get the scales. And then you go up to the fish-shaped island. Because, like, if you just look at your map... Fish-shaped island, totally a reference. You do need the Zora armor, so actually I think... Yeah, you need to talk to, Yona. And then fish-shaped island, you just go up here and find the spot where you're supposed to shoot. Yeah, Yona. Yona's great. If only she had... If only she was voice acted. Anyway, real quick, so... Here we have arrived in Gerudo Town. And nobody's here. Well, except for this guy. Town is empty. If we read Riju's diary, she talks about everything that happened to Link and Zelda. But most importantly, the sandstorm has covered the area. People are taking shelter underground. They're ambushed by Gibdos, the return of an enemy we have not seen in some time. In the 3D games, that is. And she's not able to hit things accurately yet. With the lightning. And she blames herself, of course. We should cover the hole behind the throne. That's how I found out how to get in. I am retracing my steps from my other file for this playthrough. So you guys will sort of get my first reactions. Well, I've done everything on another file unknown, so like, if you need me to help you with something, I can.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
I'm gonna come here because I actually didn't do this the first time. I didn't actually go through the front gate. I went straight to the back. The light triangle linking? Oh. Yeah, lining up the lights. Went to it, and I don't know what to do. Oh, you lined them up, the middle thing came up, and you went to it, and you don't know what to do? I thought it was just a dragon ring you touch. Or maybe you try reporting to Riju. I honestly don't remember. I don't remember getting stuck there at all. Honestly, I don't even count that as a story part. That's more of a... just a thing that happens. I'm talking about mostly cutscenes. So, like, the memories, don't talk about the memories. Don't talk about the memories, don't talk about the ending. Yeah, I was about to say, Riju just shows up.
Oh. Oh. Ah.
There's nothing to worry about. The Vo is very short and can't even reach the peepholes in the door. Wow. He's out of sight. Even on his tiptoes, he won't be able to see in.
Ah. Oh.
Huh. Okay. Well, guess what? We're heading in. Wow, alright. Well, yeah, I found this pretty quick. Since her diary mentions it.
No.
You made that flying device, but screwed up the front part because your flying bike constantly leans to the left. So you're gonna have to remake it. How much does it lean? Because, like, mine leans a bit too. Geo, mine leans a bit too, but not, like, a significant amount. Like, I'll show you in a bit, but, like, if I just let the stick go neutral, it tends to slowly drift to one direction. So something about it must not be perfect, but honestly, it's not bad enough that it's a problem.
Oh.
This one has the chief's permission to enter.
Oh.
For you to have come all this way and endured the strange sandstorm. Yeah, we totally endured the sandstorm. We didn't just fly over it or anything. That's totally what we did. Your joystick has 2 dead zones? What? Oh, getting the shrine detector to work? Yeah. If I try to fly straight, does a hard turn left and not a soft turn? Oh, yeah. Well, then you might need to rebuild it if it's that bad. Yeah, if you leave it neutral and it makes a hard turn left, you've done something wrong. Yeah, definitely gonna have to try that again.
Mmm.
It's so cute. All these teenage Gerudo are like, oh my gosh, it's a man. Actually, even all the adults are a bit surprised.
Oh. Oh.
Miju's training north.
Oh.
And randomly they have a cannon. Just one cannon.
Huh? Eh?
I mean, actually pointed over there might even be helpful. Alright, so I spent a pretty good amount of time down here doing, like, side quests and things. So, but this time I'm going to go ahead and just, like, proceed more quickly. But yeah, there's this whole side quest down here. With the 7 over there, and then there's this, I forgot what's in it. When am I gonna do the geoglyphs on this file? Probably, like I said, next week. So today and Saturday, and then there might not be a stream on Monday, and then next Friday is for sure when the lid will come off, and we will talk about whatever. I will assume by that point that if you haven't beaten the game, you're pretty close to it, and there will be spoilers. I'll probably put a warning in the stream title as well. But anyway, yeah, so go this way. Riju is over here. Actually, there is something we should do before we do this, though. Hold up. We need to find our way into the Gerudo secret shop. I almost forgot about that. So, while I was exploring and doing side quests and things, eventually, I found my way to the Gerudo secret shop, thinking, okay, we really need sand boots. We really need sand boots. Like, I have no idea what they're going to... You know, I have no idea, you know, what we're going to be doing in this region, but I know for sure one thing. It will involve sand, and lots of it. And so it would probably be smart to have sand boots before we go to whatever dungeon they intend for us to go to. Has my overall rating changed? Nope. 9.0. That's what I'm gonna give it. It's better than Breath of the Wild. By at least... Yeah, it's better than... This game is definitely better than Breath of the Wild. Better than it by at least... a full point, or half a point. If you want to just go by, Nope, let's go back down. Wrong place. Or half a point if you want to go with Breath of the Wild with its DLC. So we have to find just the right place. That way, hold on. I did get turned around in these caverns for a while, like, not gonna lie. Took me a minute to navigate the, these areas under here. somewhere right around here. We're close. We're close to the secret shop. It's just around, well, high. Rocks. What do I have in my inventory? We have a mining weapon. And it's already been used. Might as well. Okay, let me double check. Yeah, we're getting pretty close here. But we have to be able to go up. Man, I hate it when this happens. Alright, hold on. Bomb flowers! There. Ow. That's leading out. I want... I think we need to go... Is this good enough? Hold on, let me see where this goes. Ah! Here we go. This is good enough.
Huh? Oh. Basa. Ah.
We're gonna find her husband, by the way. Or at least, if you explore enough, you will. You'll run into him. I'll take all these arrows, thank you, and permanently unblock the door. And we are here for those sand boots.
Saba saba. Ah.
This game is 5 times scarier too with all the crazy new mobs. There are certain things. I would say this game is scarier and harder than Breath of the Wild, but it's still better. By at least a little bit. They did clean up some major complaints we had. So, like, you know.
Oh.
Yeah, even with the DLC, Breath of the Wild gets like an 8.5 from me. This game is a 9.0 right out the box with no DLC. I love this game. It's pretty good. I do have a bunch of minor complaints, but they really are just all minor complaints. Okay, so we just duped a ton of rubies. Actually, we already have a fair amount of money. Oh yeah, it's because I duped a bunch of star fragments last time. But here, I'm gonna sell 5 rubies, get some more money.
Oh. Oh. Ah.
Buy ourselves some sand boots.
Oh.
And while we're here, since we have the money, we'll go ahead and get the snow boots.
Oh.
I could pick this up now. Do I really want to? Sure.
Oh.
Why not?
Oh. Oh.
This isn't essential, but why not save some time and just buy it now? Ah! There's our first Gibdo. Okay, so Gibdos are vulnerable elemental attacks. Once they turn white, they can be hit with regular attacks. That actually took me a minute. I killed all the Gibdos with like arrows and elemental arrows, and I never actually attacked them with regular weapons, like after shooting them. Like, obviously I did so before I hit them and found out they were invulnerable to regular weapons. Oh, he's cowering because the monsters are near. Let me through the front door.
Ça va? Oh.
Oh, there it goes. I was wondering what the distance was before it closes again. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now that we have sand boots, now we're ready to go meet Riju. Again, in my casual playthrough, I took my time and explored the area thoroughly. There we go. Sand boots, fierce deity. Past the school. Past the sand seals. And now into the underground. Okay. Let me stop for a second. If you get a 30-minute attack buff, it's a bit easier, although it's still harder if you have to do it. Yeah, just get dragon horns for 30-minute attack buffs. Have you found out how to get beneath Hyrule Castle? You've been trying to, like, are you... Okay. Without spoiling too much, when you are finally ready to face the final boss, how do you get beneath Hyrule Castle? The answer is you just jump down there. You just jump down into the hole after you're finally ready to face Ganondorf. I'm not going to say what it takes to be ready to fight Ganondorf or anything like that. I'm just saying that when you get the story prompt, you can just do it. I don't feel like that's too much of a problem to say. Ooh, there's some stuff down here. Do we want any of it? I mean, we have some stuff, but... should probably make some stuff, actually. What do we have in our... do we have anything good here? Kinda, sorta. We have some stuff that might not be terrible. Could make some okay-ish weapons. Is that better than anything I have? I mean, it is, sorta. Sorry, just deciding what I want to do here. Spears are honestly among the best weapons in the game to have. This Knight's Halberd might actually be useful. And I'll even splurge on it a bit. It's the strongest thing I've got. Looks like this blue moblin horn looks like it's the strongest material I have right now. Oh, it's so weird. Having a second file with all the strongest stuff. And then going back to a file that doesn't have anything. Vision is so bad. Tried making the flying bike a bit already and it hasn't worked. It's always gone hard left. When we get a little bit further along here, Geo, I'll try to help you out. See if I can show you how to fix it. Like, you do have to be careful. You have to line up the fans very, very carefully. Like, you have to line them up dead center as much as possible. But, give me a minute here and we'll, no. And I'll help you out with that, if I can. Assuming you don't want to just, like, look online and see someone else build it again. Alright. So, as soon as I saw that mirror shields were back in the game, I was happy. I was very happy. Let's see. Do I want to fuse this to my shield? Is that really a good idea? And let's just pick it up for now. Alright, so using this game's slightly awkward coordinate system, and also let's get rid of these pots before they become a problem. Break in the pots. There we go. There's even an arrow in one of them. Try to carefully turn this and adjust it. As best we can. Why is it pointed down? That should not be. Sorry about that. Yeah, why is it pointed down? Something's wrong with that. That's not a problem I encountered on my first playthrough. Let's back it up a bit. Maybe it's just a gentle slope or something. Yeah, for some reason it's angled down a bit. It must be like the sand here on the edge that's causing it to angle down. Yeah, it's the sand right here. That's what it is. It's gonna be a problem. I just want it to shine just past that edge. That's all I need. What are we doing here? Why is it not working the way I want? Oh, there we go. Maybe? Yes, there we go. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Now, there's another mirror shield around here somewhere. believe, right? Oh, another Knight's Halberd. Might pick that up. Some bomb flowers around here. Oh, wait a minute. I think I know where the second one is. It's behind one of the... It's behind one of these, isn't it? Yeah, hold on, hold on. I was skipping a step there. We have to open these first. I remember there being a second mirror shield, I just don't remember exactly where it is. Now I do. We're gonna solve this before we go to meet Riju. There we are. Now. Now I'm gonna line this up carefully, if I can. Oh, we're back to this again. Oh. I don't like the way the camera shifts so much. Oh my gosh, this is so precise. So precise, come on. Why couldn't this light be angled better? There we go, got it. Okay, so behind one of these doors, there's another mirror shield, and that will allow us to hit the third target over there. Just crit that. Oh, the box? Oh, I destroyed it because it was in the way. Look, I'm just solving it the way that I solved it the first time. And here's where that second mirror shield is. We don't have a gust bellows, but we do have this. What weapon was I using? I was using the spike mace here. Yeah, we'll keep using that for now. This is how I solved it the first time. I know it may not be the best way. Yep, no gust bellow, but we can make our sword into a fan. Close enough. Hello there. Stand directly beneath it. I find that to be the best way to take out likes. Just stand directly beneath them. And I guess that's alright. It's weird how the local equipment is now suddenly decent. Weapons. I do have one really good weapon. I'm saving that, though. Yeah, I think it's time I actually made something. Something for breaking open stuff. Just fuse it with whatever I've got lying around here. Have a Hinox horn. Well, wait a minute. That might turn you into a bashing weapon. You know what? That's probably fine, though, isn't it? Yeah, it should be. Ooh, that's right. Yeah, there we go. That's a good reason to come in here. That knight's bow. That's a good reason to come in here. Lots and lots of arrows. Trust me, for this game, you really want to keep a healthy arrow stock. Like, it's actually really, really important to keep a nice, healthy arrow stock. Anyway, that's just the warm-up. That's all just the warm-up act. I'll deal with it later. Tried solving what with the sand? Hold on. Time tree, you post so much. You still only have 3 batteries? Yeah, time tree. Dude. I would say dupe some large zonite, but for you, I guess it's go mine some more stuff. Go to the chasm. Be ready for these to drop. This was actually the first Gibdo I saw, and I quickly discovered that stabbing it doesn't work. So I tried critting it with an arrow, and that did work, but it didn't do much damage. You need elemental damage. And we have this, as it turns out, although he's weak, so I don't want to waste the durability. If you have an elemental sword like this, I believe it'll work. Yep. Just need elemental damage. Yeah. Just grab a few of these real quick. Soldier's broadsword, we'll leave that behind. Honestly, I find bow and arrow to just be the best way. Gibdo bones, we definitely want to collect as much of that as we can. So believe it or not, Gibdo bones are among the most powerful weapons in the game, as we will discuss later. Haven't done fire yet? No, this game gives you a lot of arrows, Time Tree, trust me. If you know where to look for them. You do have to fight for them, though. But down in the chasm, they give you a lot. Can you ask something else? I mean, I guess you can. If it's not directly related to the story. By the way, Trin, 3-deck format again on Sunday. I probably won't be there this Sunday because yesterday was my birthday. And so this weekend, I have relatives coming over to celebrate with me. Where do you find Green Lady? So you find her just below the, thank you, Unknown. And you find her just below the throne room. In that area where they all sleep. Anyway, here's Riju. And hydromelons. Not quite Urbosa's fury, huh?
Can't hit my mark. Won't do anyone any good. It's you. This changes things. I didn't expect to see you here. But then, you always show up in unusual times.
I agree. Best champion has entered.
Oh.
Yona's cool. She's fine. Trust me. Especially the speech she makes towards the end is pretty good. Like towards the end of the Zora quest, like before you actually get to the water temple. She makes a speech to Sidon that I think you're gonna love. Just wait till you get there. You'll see what I'm talking about. Stream paused again. Oh. I was just saying, before you take off to the water temple, she makes a speech to Sidon. And it's pretty good. I think you'll like her at the end of that. Just wait till you get there. But this technique is unrefined. Yeah. All the champion abilities are just weaker versions of what we had in Breath of the Wild. Riju, here's the secret. Think of your friends and your allies around you, and then hit everything that isn't them. That's what Urbosa's Fury does. Instead of trying to target specific enemies, just blow up everything. Unless it's your friend.
Ooh.
That's the best way.
Okay.
Oh. My arrow fell a bit. Hold on.
Oh? Oh?
Yeah, okay, so Riju is the best champion or sage, but Tulin is the most useful sage, though. I hear what you mean, Time Tree. Karakara Bazaar. I mean, we could walk there. Or we could just... you know, not walk there. I mean, to be fair, it's not that far. But still. Why bother walking when you can just fly? Did you not get the shrine in Karakara? No, we only just flew to Gerudo Town. Like, see? We have the shrine in Gerudo Town, but we haven't been to Karakara yet. I flew right over it. Although, since we're gliding, we should probably pull out our glide set. Man, the glide set is so good. This basically gives us paraglider mobility while we're falling. My only real complaint is that we're not regaining stamina right now. Like, seriously, why not? It's not like we're clinging on to anything right now, like we're not clinging on to the paraglider, so why wouldn't we gain stamina while falling? Speaking of paragliders, hold on. Riju definitely best sage. Other choices are literally a child, Rockman who acts like a child, and Fish Daddy is gay for Link. I mean, I don't know about that. Okay, as a Christian, I personally don't subscribe to that theory about Sidon, but I think Sidon's cool in general. Riju is technically not an adult yet. So I guess she's technically a child too. So actually we have like, what, 3 children on our team? Of course, I don't know how old Yonobo is. I think they're all children except for Sidon. Also, using Riju's ability with no cooldown. Gotta love that. Oh yeah, no, Riju is more mature than the other kids, that's for sure. Oh, missed it. Yeah, because she's the leader. There we go.
Bulyara, well done holding the line until we were able to get here. Now that we know the Gibdos are susceptible to lightning, this gives us a major advantage.
Huh.
Is that Zelda? That's bad. Real bad. Gerudo Town is in danger! Zelda, wait! She was heading directly toward those tornadoes. And if more Gibdos are hiding in the storm... Bulyara, we need to get back now. Link, we're going on ahead. I'll meet you in town.
Okay, so these are actually not dangerous. These sandstorms will actually lift you up and help you fly, which is not how real sandstorms work. Pardon me while I just grab this. The town that forbid men? Well, yeah, but we've already gotten special permission, though. Yeah, I guess Yonobo would be... I guess he's almost an adult, but not quite. He does feel very teenager-ish. Probably about the same age as, like, Riju, right? But Tulin is definitely just a kid. But, like, Riju's not full-grown either, that's for sure. Like, just look at her height. Like, compared to the other, like, teenage Gerudo. Her height is almost the same as theirs. And she's definitely not the height of a full-grown Gerudo woman. Heat resistance. Might as well have the mask on. And sand boots. And instantly it gets darker. Oh. Yeah. The lighting just suddenly changed when we dipped below a certain altitude. It's a Gibdo hive. Yep. Now we prepare for the defense.
Oh.
So I threw the scale through the teardrop and the light showed up. I went into it and drowned. Yeah, you have to talk to Sidon. You need him. That's okay. Trust me, everybody's brain is smooth in some parts. I've definitely had moments.
Come. Come. To where I am.
Anybody know a few spots for Hinox? I need more parts to upgrade some armor. The underground? The chasm has lots of Hinoxes littered all over the places. There's one place in particular. There's a coliseum in the chasm below the forest. The Yiga try to lure you into a trap there. I mean, I don't have it on this map, but yeah, the chasm beneath the forest up here has a coliseum with at least one Hinox in it. Also, Duck Game, did you update? Are you not able to duplicate anymore? Lost Woods or the one above it? Well, no, don't go into the Lost Woods. Go into the chasm, and then work your way up toward that area. Yeah, not in the Lost Woods, beneath it, in the chasm. But yeah, the chasm has even then, like, just on your way up there, you might run into a bunch of Hinoxes here and there, sprinkled about. Yeah, like the Korok Forest, but below it. There's another forest down there, actually. You'll know by the trees when you're in the right area of the chasm. Yeah. Yeah, just to be clear, this is in the chasm. In the depths, there are lots of Hinoxes. But the Coliseum for the one guaranteed one is down there. Just follow the banana trail. You'll see what I mean. You did save Deku Tree? Ah. Just keep in mind... Okay. Just keep in mind that you can't get to the rest of the chasm from the pit in the Deku Tree's stomach. You do have to go outside. Need to prepare to fight. How to organize our defenses. Simple.
Ah.
Let's talk barricades. You should set it up at, let's see, east was right? Yeah. Set it up at the east gate.
Ah.
Put all your barricades over there. I'll take all of this, thank you. Plenty of arrows. Excuse me, I'm just a walking armory. All of this stuff just disappears into my exceptionally deep pockets. Because Link just has an infinite void for a pocket. Money is always helpful. Let's see, all of this equipment should be decent at least. Except the two-hander, maybe. Hold on. Actually, we can do something with this. 10 base power. Alright, so Gerudo weapons are really nice because even whatever you fuse to them doubles in power. It just doesn't add any durability, so they still break really easy, but you get a ton of power, which is really nice. As for the bow, the Gerudo bow is definitely helpful, and we can afford to ditch this for it. Yeah, the Gerudo bow especially. But yeah, so Gerudo weapons are short-term, very powerful weapons to have. You really want to definitely get a few. In this case, however, I don't really have anything that's strong. I mean, I have this, actually. This is pretty good. Got this right here. That works, too. Yeah, I need some stronger materials is what I need. Ugh. Yeah, so pretty much, as soon as you get these, fuse your strongest things with them. I'm going to drop that for a moment, because the spear is the most important thing. Spears are so much better in this game than just about everything else. What should I put on it? This is 12. Yeah, we should put this on it. For reach as well. Actually, pardon me a moment. Pardon me a moment. Why don't we just do this? Let's just duplicate it a bit since I need a bunch of them. Let's make all our weapons elemental weapons. Here we go. Plenty. Yeah, I just didn't update. Yeah, because there's no reason to update a single-player game. I'm gonna take full advantage and have all the fun I want. There we go. Because I don't trust Nintendo for anything. Not when I don't have to. Could also charge up some of these things. Yeah, I like these numbers. These numbers are good. Man, it's almost a shame we're out of room. Yeah, we're gonna have to drop some stuff. Can't neglect all this really good equipment we have here. This shield. Do I want this shield? Yeah, I want that shield. Yeah, you just You just have to paraglide. Just paraglide. No, here's the thing, though. You have to be holding in midair. So jump, and then when... Oh, hold on. That was not what I meant to do. I pressed the wrong button there. Fat-fingered it. What you do is you have to hold... You have to be in midair, so paragliding off a short cliff, and then you hold something. Doesn't matter what it is, anything from your inventory, including fairies, by the way. You can dupe fairies. Actually, you know what? You know what? You want to see something cool? Hold on. Go full stealth set, like this. And now... press Y and B at the same time. Exactly at the same time. When you do that, you'll notice you still have the 5 that were in your inventory. Or at least you should. Hold on. Or maybe I did it wrong here. Whoops. Sometimes it'll fail. That is something you have to take a risk on. Did I fail it? I failed it. Yeah, that's why. Okay, but if you do it correctly... If you do it correctly, it will duplicate the items. Hold on. But you notice with stealth set, they're not running away from me, so I can do it again. Did I do it correctly this time? Yes, I did. Okay, so notice I still have all 5 in my inventory. Yeah, see if you... Sometimes it'll fail if it's not exactly right. But yeah. You can do this with fairies, and with the stealth set, they won't run away from you. Unless you're dumb like me and you start running, because that breaks your stealth. But that's okay. You got the point, right? And later on, there's an even easier way to duplicate critters, but I'll have to save that because it's a spoiler. But yeah, you can just duplicate fairies. Yeah, sometimes it'll fail on you. The timing is pretty precise, but Y and B at the same time in midair. In Breath of the Wild, you couldn't do this because they were smart and made it so you couldn't hold things in midair. But in this game, they just forgot that check. So we can just kind of clone stuff. Also, if you want to clone bomb flowers, do it over a pond. Like a pond or a body of water. That's how you clone bomb flowers. Because if you try to drop those on the ground, they'll just blow up. But if you do it over water, and you make sure there's enough time between dropping one set and another so they don't collide in midair, you can duplicate bomb flowers. Sometimes they will still blow up on you, but if you're careful to not dupe too many at once, you can do it just by dropping them in water. And that's very helpful. Bomb flowers are so helpful to have. Super good. Oops. That's not what I meant to do. Welp. That was not intended. Oh well. That's fine. Honestly, we have enough. We don't need to worry too much about it. Actually, as soon as this breaks, we could probably do it again. We could probably fuse it with one of these. I like the idea of actually fusing these to a lot of our stuff. I kind of want to save this Royal Claymore, though, until we have some better stuff. Yeah, this will do. This will do nicely, I think. All right, let's start. Let's get the invasion going. Do you have to look at your inventory after dropping? You don't have to, but you should so you can keep dropping. Yeah, like, I can just do it once if I want to, but why would I do it once when I can do it, like, a bunch? Oh my gosh, I'm getting lost in my own menus. So, like, here we go. Here's a good thing. Yeah, we can duplicate lots of this. Just keep in mind, you can only have about 20 to 21 things on screen at any time. So, like, once you duplicate a certain number of these, they'll start disappearing. So keep in mind, only about 20 at a time. So if you hold 5 per go, you do it 4 times, and then you need to collect your stuff, or else you won't be able to duplicate it anymore. So 20 at a time. Searching for a glitch for the latest version. It may take a while before they discover it. How do you get battery stamina stuff again? Once you have a bunch of Zonite, either regular or large, you go to a forge in the depths. So down here, there's a forge construct. You should, if you already have auto build, then you should have this one. You go to him, you buy energy crystals or whatever, and then you go up here back to the Great Sky Island here, the Great Sky Loft, and then you go to the crystal refinery, and that's how you get battery. In other words, it's you mine minerals, which serve as a currency to buy energy crystals, which serve as a currency to buy batteries. A currency for a currency for batteries. Isn't that just great when you have to go through 2 exchange mediums for no particular reason? Not sure why we couldn't just turn the Zonite straight into batteries, is what I'm saying. But there it is anyway. So we set up all our defenses on one side. And now didn't know you could do it multiple times. It's okay. Like I said. Sometimes obvious things evade us. We all have parts of our brains that are smooth. It happened to me a few times too. Mostly on the other file, but it's okay. It happens to the best of us. Time for the big invasion. So, Gibdos used to be like mummies. They used to be all wrapped up like bandaged re-deads. Now, they're not entirely humanoid. So they changed him up a bit. Okay, all our defenses are on the right-hand side from the direction we're facing.
Oh.
So we're gonna go to the left and sweep from left to right. It's basically how this is gonna go.
Monsters have appeared outside town. Shore up the defenses at the gate.
The Gerudo guards are actually decent,
Enemies have emerged from the hive at the
and they actually don't need that much help from us. Hold on. This is the wrong bow to be using for this. We're gonna use... Yeah, we're just gonna go straight to our knight's bow.
them.
Yeah, okay, we'll use Riju. All. As soon as her power comes again.
Enemies are pouring out of the hive near the north gate too. Take them out.
What?
Enemies have been spotted inside town. Did they break through the gate?
Nah, I wanted to blow that one up. But it didn't open.
Enemies from the hive near the west gate. Let's hit it with lightning.
Yes, yes, Riju. Calm yourself. Need to actually get rid of these.
Yes!
There
That
we go.
hive is out of action. Giant enemies from the hive at the east gate. Enemies are nearing the center of town. Prepare to attack.
So, her ability during this sequence doesn't go on a very long cooldown. Like, when you get her as a sage, the cooldown is significantly longer than this.
Flying enemies from the west gate hive. Time for a lightning strike or two.
Also, you can use bomb arrows on these
The enemies won't hold up. Another hive down.
if you don't want to wait for Riju. Yeah, now they have wings. The Gibdos are like moth creatures. No, I want the bone. Game, give me the bone. Thank you.
Eliminate every enemy you see. We're the last line of defense.
Okay, so now we have to go back here, and I don't know why it wouldn't let me destroy this hive earlier, but... Oh, now it's open. Now you're okay with it.
That's the last of the hives. All we have to do now is clear out the rest of the Gibdos.
Oh, a single enemy made its way. Oh, snap. There we go. They're going crazy. They're in frenzy mode when all their hives are down. But yeah, Riju's just spamming her ability with no cooldown. That's like, that's... Wish I could get that kind of... Wish I could get that cooldown when I actually get her as a sage. Ugh.
Oh?
Okay. And It didn't quite go the way I planned, but all in all. Yeah. Like I said, A, make sure you're over water. B, make sure you don't dupe them too quickly, because I had a set where like I duped the bombs and then I duped another set of bombs and they collided midair. Also, make sure you don't dupe too many. If you dupe too many, I think when they disappear, they just blow up. So only dupe like a few at a time, and again, make sure you're over water so they don't just blow up when they hit the ground. The duping bombs can be dangerous, to be honest with you, but you may want to consider duping fairies first if you have the stealth armor. Just do the stealth armor, just like dupe a ton of fairies in midair, and then don't run, and then go like climb back up to where you were, like use ascend or something to go back up to where you were, and then drop down and collect all the fairies in midair. Yeah, just go outside like Kakariko or something. So let's see if I can do that again with fairies. I mean, I guess... No, not amiibo. And then like this is how you get infinite HP. This is how you make the game easy and you get infinite HP. I'll stop there. But look at that, all those fairies, and they don't hear me because I'm in stealth mode here. No. Maybe do it without people around. But you see what I mean? You can just literally get infinite fairies and infinite HP. This is why they patched it. Ah.
Oh.
Yeah, okay, I shouldn't have done it with people nearby, but you get the idea. You get the idea. I now have 19 fairies. And there's an even easier way of doing this later on in the game. I won't tell you what it is because it's spoilers, but it's even easier. Oh, there's still Gibdo parts lying around. Pardon me. We can also go down into these, into the aqueducts if we want, but... Did I use a bunch of fairies for defeating the final boss? No, I did not. I used one, I think. Yes, I did. I ended up using one because of, well, I don't want to say, but he caught me by surprise with one thing. But actually, I did not need to use fairies for the final fight. I can't, and again, I'd love to tell you what it was that he caught me with, but I can't say without spoiling what happens. So I could have done it with less, but I did 20 hearts. I had 20 hearts going in, I had full stamina, I had almost max battery. And I had some pretty top-tier weapons, not gonna lie. I looked up how to make the best weapons, and I didn't end up using all of them. I actually used more than I thought. I will say I do like the final boss. I enjoyed it. It's certainly a lot better than Breath of the Wild by a sizable margin, like gameplay-wise. So, yeah.
Oh.
You have 15 Spirit Orb things. I would recommend you quickly grab one more so that you can get 4 upgrades instead of just 3 and then 1 to spare. And then having 3 spare orbs. And then I would say you need to max out your stamina as early as possible. So here's what I do. When I start the game fresh, the game forces you to get 1 heart first. I would recommend you go in this exact order from the start. Heart, stamina, all the way until you finish the second ring. Then get 1 heart, and then keep going with stamina all the way until you've maxed out stamina. So basically, 3 hearts, and then don't get any more hearts until you've maxed out your stamina wheel. Any other hearts you get should be from bosses that you defeat. Stamina is the primary limiting resource. The best thing you can do is eliminate it. Just minimize and mitigate the stamina loss as much as you can. You have 4 hearts. If you have 4 hearts, I would say get 1 more and then do... Yeah, you're forced to get a heart at the beginning. If you have 4 hearts, I would say get 1 more heart and then do all stamina after that. The reason why I would say that is because when a fairy heals you, it heals you for 5 hearts. So if you have less than 5 hearts, you're wasting potential healing that you could have had. But if you have more than that, it only heals 5. So if you have 6 hearts and you take fatal damage, the fairy will only heal you for 5. So at that point, it's like, you know, it's not going to give you any more than that. So 5 to be efficient. Then after you complete the second stamina wheel, I would say get 1 more heart, just as kind of a buffer. And then don't get any more until after you finished the third wheel. Then you just go all in hearts after that, of course, because your stamina wheel is complete. So that's my thinking and reasoning on why I get what I get when I get it. This should all be voice acted. That's one of my minor complaints with this game. Everything that she's saying right now should just be voice acted. This whole conversation, like every last line of dialogue from a major character should be voice acted. Like this, like I could understand if this random side character over here isn't voice acted, but like there's no reason why all the major characters don't have every single line of dialogue voice acted. There's really no excuse for that nowadays. Like, literally look at any major title from any big company besides Nintendo, and all their work is voice acted. Okay, indie developers have an excuse because they're small companies.
Hey. Oh.
But I'm thinking like Horizon, God of War, like, again, basically everything from a major company nowadays tends to be fully voice acted. There's really no reason why Nintendo can't do it. They just don't want to spend the money. It's just... They just don't want to put in the work. spend the money taking care of it. Alright, so we talked to Riju. Now we can go and do the Pillars of Light. But it's a minor complaint. It's still... They voice acted enough. They have the cutscenes. It's a minor complaint. I don't want to make it sound like it's a bigger deal than it is. But it is notable. It is notable, in my opinion. I feel like nowadays it's so easy. Why couldn't they have done it? Let's go ahead and solve this. Hey, I'd pay for that. For an update that's literally nothing but all major characters have every line voice acted. I'd be cool with that. Pay those voice actors for their work. And get them to voice act everything. Yeah, it would force us to update, but it would still, well, not force us to update, but you guys know what I mean. It would give us a reason to update. Oh yeah, this. Oh, hi there. Man, I don't like the menu order. Like, it used to be weapons was way over here, and like clothing was over where weapons is. They reorganized it. And they went light theme. Like, who else here is bothered by how, like, bright the menu is? Like, I don't know about you, but I use the internet in dark theme, you know, like Google and YouTube and Twitch and all that. I put it all in dark theme, and there's a reason why. It's harder on the eyes with all this bright white nonsense. Like, Breath of the Wild's menus looked better than this. I know, again, that's a stupid minor complaint, right? Like, dark theme over light theme, but still, it's a little thing that bugs me. It does matter, if only a little. Let's go ahead and clean all this out. Is there anything in this corner? There is something in this corner. I actually didn't see this corner before. I'm discovering something new here. Oh, hi. Hey there. Just in case you need another fan. I do like how we have infinite power when we're in a shrine. That is kind of nice. Can't see up. There we go. Okay, so ascend over there. Need that right about there later. I'll take the free arrow. And on this side. He's getting in the way. I think the way I solved it was I actually had this down here, from what I remember. I just had it shining through the bars there, like that. But I guess it doesn't matter. It's like we can just lift it up with the, with Ultra Hand. Ultra Hand is a nice ability. Just, instead of, it's literally just magnesis, but on anything. Also, Ascend is kind of cool. I was very iffy on Ascend at first. But man, don't sleep on Ascend. Ascend is surprisingly good. I still feel like Fuse and Ascend are basically the same thing, since... Or sorry, not Fuse and Ascend. Fuse and Ultra Hand, excuse me. Yeah, Ultra Hand lets you attach things, so why isn't that basically just Ultra Hand on your... Why, you know, Fuse is basically just Ultra Hand on your weapons. So why are they two separate powers? Yeah, why can't Fuse be something else and Ultra Hand just apply to your weapons automatically, you know? Like this, yeah, Fuse and Ultra Hand. Yeah, what's Ultra Hand on weapons? It's Fuse. So why do we need two separate powers for it? Tulin, hello, there we go. What's the purple one? Unknown, do you not have auto build? If you don't have auto build, you need to get the camera. So go back to the lookout and talk to Joshua. Like, you know where Pura is, right? You talk to her? Well, okay, go to the floor below and talk to Joshua. And talk to Robbie and get the camera. Jump into the chasm, get the camera rune. And then once you get the camera, then you need to head down here. Like, go to this chasm right here. And then work your way down south to the abandoned central mine. You will find auto build, and auto build is literally the key to making this game so much more fun. And also, you'll find someone else down there that you really, really want to meet. Trust me. It is well worth your time to do this. In fact, you're about to see why, because in a minute I'm going to inevitably have to use auto build to save myself some time. So, give me a second, and you'll see why you want it. Just let me get this going real quick here. Let's see here. Joshua, The girl, the little girl down there studying the piece of a mural she has down there. She'll need a picture, and Robbie will help you out with that. You do know Robbie, right? From Breath of the Wild, surely. Okay, fine. Double heat resistance. Yeah, she's right next to Robbie downstairs from where Purah is. Okay, so now we've got that opened up. Here's auto build in action. So I built this a while back. I don't have the parts out, but you know what I do have? I have some Zonite. So I'll just spend some Zonite to make the parts and make them appear out of nowhere. I don't have to like have the parts in my inventory or anything. And now, as long as I have battery, I can just fly. Auto build is stupid good, man. It literally makes this game. Like, without auto build, like, building stuff is actually really tedious. It's kind of annoying. But with auto build and the ability to just pay Zonite for stuff, suddenly this becomes just so much better. It's suddenly totally viable. There's not really a good way to farm dragon horns, but you should definitely get some. Like, yes is the obvious answer to that, Time Tree. That would be wise. Oh, I need to be on top of this. Pardon me a second. I thought the thing was down here. Once you get auto build, you should make this simple little bike right here. It's real nice. Really? There's nothing up here either? Wait, how did I get this to work again? Maybe the other one will have some answers for me. Whoa. Oh, no, there it is, there it is, there it is. Okay. I knew something was wrong. Can't see very well, but... Here we are. Not that way? There we go. This way. So yeah, see, if I go neutral right here, it is very, very slowly drifting to one direction. It's pretty slight. It's a very tiny adjustment, but like it drifts just a tiny amount. Like it's not very noticeable right now. I think this one is better than the one I made on my other file. On my other file, it drifts more significantly, but this one is actually pretty balanced. Down. Okay. Okay, so I don't know how you all did this, but here's how I'm gonna do it. Not like that. I forgot they don't hover unless you power them. Let me get this out of the way. So... Like, see, there's an example of me being a smooth brain for just a second. I forgot they don't hover unless you power them. Sit this over here out of the way. I'm gonna take these little spokes or whatever. Sticks, these handles, whatever they are. We're gonna take these and I'm going to stack them up like so. I don't actually think we need them all, but yeah, just 2 of them high is enough. I'm gonna bring them all anyway. Take this. Bring you out too. Okay, so we want to get up to the top, so we're going to go ahead and activate these. Highly recommend having a good amount of battery for what we're about to do here. Not you. Bike, stay where you are. Send that up. Send. Send you. Hold on. Let's send you up as high as we can. Can I ascend through you? Hold on. Are you too high now? Well, actually, it shouldn't matter. Hello. Yes, we can go up there. Okay. Now we can actually see. That's nice. Oh, that's too low. Actually need that raised up some more. So I can grab it. Although I might be fine now. Hold on. Hey, Sequad, how's it going? I think I'm almost fine. I'd actually be able to make it up anyway. And then we'll put this above us just a bit. And then I think we can ascend through that. Edge, please. There we go. And then we can grab that little tip right there. And there we go. Yeah, I stacked those up so I can reach it from a better height. We don't need you turned on anymore. Do I even need more than one of these? I only need one. Okay. I don't have to attach them all. That's good. I do need this to be out of the way. Beautiful. Pokemon Home is finally getting an update. Yeah, finally. Finally it's gonna happen. After they told us it was gonna be the 24th, and it wasn't. Now it's the 29th. Yay, we did it. Okay, let's go tell Riju that we did it. I forget if we can just go out there or if we need to tell her that we did it. It won't really matter either way. Oh, your birthday's on the 29th? Mine was yesterday on the 25th. Well, I'll wish you happy birthday when it gets here. Oh yeah, that's right. Is she still downstairs? I think she's still downstairs. Thank you very much, Sequata.
Oh.
She's still down here, or... Oh, no, I guess we do just go there. All right, fine. Fine by me. Should be interesting. I wonder if the Pokemon Home update is just so that we can... I wonder if it's really going to be like, and now we have access to all 1,000 Pokemon, or if it's just going to be only Arceus for now, or... I guess what I'm saying is I wonder if it's going to be in stages or not. You went and purchased the DLC? I purchased it. I pre-purchased the DLC for Scarlet and Violet as soon as it came out. Sand boots are so helpful. We can also use our Gerudo shield for surfing. It's Zelda. Now she's not here.
Oh?
It's almost like she told us to find her, but then she's running around and avoiding us. What could she be up to?
Oh.
I remember being very, very happy when I saw this. I was like, oh my gosh, is it the Spirit Temple? Not quite. We got an ancient ziggurat. The Thunder Temple. Or the Lightning Temple, I believe. Excuse me. Yeah, it's closer to Arbiter's grounds. But either way, it's real good. My main point of excitement was just that it wasn't like another Ark or something. All of the dungeons in this game are actually unique. They're not just super easy, same looking dungeons like Breath of the Wild. It's actually really nice. So, do I have any springs? I do. No, not. I still don't really like this wheel thing. It's a clumsy way to do it. So, the wing shield, if you attach a wing to your shield, you can actually get bullet time from a standing shield surf jump. It's very important. But you only get like a split second. You don't get very much time. And you have to double tap ZR to get it too. There we go. Yeah, you have to double tap it or it won't pull it out. But you can just get bullet time from any standing jump. If that's not enough, the spring shield will definitely give it to you. And that's going to be very important in the upcoming battle. Ugh, I still have to get used to where this is. There we go. Running through the sand in high heels must be tough, Riju. How do you do it? Let's see here. I think we're pretty much ready. I do want to use maybe a spear or something. Yeah, I'm going to use this. Well, that's not a spear, but... Now I have the new outfits. Now you wait for either a new 7-star raid or to go for a new shiny that caught your attention. Fair enough. Let's get a little closer.
Here we go.
Okay, so I would just like to quickly point out Riju's double scimitar style. This game is just full of references to Ocarina, and I greatly appreciate it. So, first of all, they're all called sages. Oh, there's a cooldown. Okay. First of all, they're not champions anymore. They're sages when they join us. Just like the sages from Ocarina. We are actually going through temples. And there's just dozens of other references like her double saber style. Back in Ocarina, there was another Gerudo that we fought. that also used a double saber style. So, we get to fight the boss right at the beginning.
Look, it's stirring up the sand shroud. It must be responsible for all this. Come on, let's take it down together.
We get the boss immediately.
Right, this has to be their leader. Turns white. Does that mean it's like the other gifted? Our attacks should be effective now.
Make sure you run to the side of it because it's not done yet.
Nothing but sand wherever we look. Where did it go?
I can see it just fine though, Riju. It's a giant moth creature. This is why I was kind of like the Gibdos aren't reanimated corpses. They're not zombies in this game. More like bugs. Times have changed a bit. Apparently they thought that zombies are too much for kids. The classic Gibdos were too creepy, I guess. So they decided to turn them into bugs. Which is supposed to be less so, I guess? I don't know. But yeah, I love the double saber style. As a reference to the Gerudo we fight in Ocarina. You know what? We don't have to fight these. Unless they come in here after us. There's these. Meant to help us blow these away. Or we could just pull out a fan. Surely you have a fan to spare.
Okay.
You're not gonna leave me alone, are you? Alright, alright. Well, actually, hold on. Looks like you are. I will take the parts, in all fairness. So now it's time for the title of the stream. It's time to play Tomb Raider with Riju. I mean, come on. Does that not look exactly like what we're doing? This is totally Tomb Raider. Featuring Riju instead of Lara Croft. We have plenty. And the ability to clone more. So we have plenty of visibility. Those are Gibdo bones down there. Still, we're not going to fall. Just keep on running across. Don't fall for this. Oh, is it this room? Oh no, maybe it's not this room. Hold on. Maybe it's a different room. I do miss the fact that we can't bash things now. So like with Magnesis, we could actually just pick up the rock and smack people with it and just kill them that way. We can't do that anymore, unfortunately. It's a two-hander if I want it, and we're okay. Two-handed weapons are less useful in this game than they were in Breath of the Wild. Now they still have their purposes, to be clear. Yeah, here it is. Okay. Yeah, don't fall for this.
These flames make it impossible to go further.
No, they don't. Come on, Riju. I know this is your first time. Adventuring with Link. Don't give up so easily. Oh, are you just stuck back there? Come on, you could have made it through.
Hey, the flames have gone out. Now we can move ahead.
What are my thoughts on the shrines that test your battle skills and take all your items away? Too much of that. That is garbage. Those shrines are bad. Like, look, 1 or 2 of them, maybe. Or maybe 3, you know, like a beginning, middle, and advanced trial. But, like, too much of that stuff, man. That's just cheap. Those are not good. That's another one of my minor complaints. I have a dozen minor complaints about this game. Just, like, little things that is just like, but why? Why take all my stuff away? Oh, now here's where we're playing.
What? Fireballs now? Looks like we're stuck again.
No, we're not, Riju. This way. Ah! Or it would collide with the other one. There we go. I didn't see the second one behind it that time. Yeah, now we're playing.
The fireball stopped. I'm on my way, Link.
Uh-huh. Now we're playing Raiders of the Lost Ark here. Different series from Tomb Raider, but same effect. That was a movie. Is there anything else back here? Sorry, I thought I saw something else. Never mind. Yeah, I really don't like those shrines. Those shrines are just bad. How about we just not go down there? Skip this room completely. Yeah, and you don't collect any of the items on the ground. Yeah, you can't collect any items in those shrines. Like, those shrines are just bad. Oh, hello there. Okay, so breaking the weapon on top of that is good because now I can fuse it with something later. Now see, here's something good. Captain level 3 and a mighty construct bow. Thank you. And now, let's see. Okay, these Gerudo weapons are nice, but grab this. And then I don't have a good place to duplicate. Yeah, I don't really have a convenient place to do that, but when I get a chance, I'll take that captain horn and duplicate that. Uh-oh. Nice one. Am I okay with dropping down? Yeah, I think I am actually, because I can just descend out of here. Another mighty bow. Hello. Okay, I like this edition right here, where it lets us like choose if we want to drop something. That's actually a nice quality of life improvement from Breath of the Wild. You know, if we had fireproof, we could walk through that. Where was the forge? Up in the Great Sky Islands. You should have a warp point right next to it. We can actually hit X to go out of the dungeon map and into the overworld. That's also fantastic. But yeah, it's up here in the Great Sky Islands. Oh, underground. Oh, the forge. It's to the south. So you want to go. You can either start from the chasm in Hyrule and like make your way all the way down here, or you can go to this chasm right here on the Great Plateau. Just go to this one right here, and then go down. So what they want you to do is Joshua will tell you about the statues, and the statues, how they all, you go to a statue and then you follow the chain of statues and it eventually leads you to this place. That's how you're supposed to get there. The Great Plateau thing is a shortcut. It'll just save you a little time. Okay, where was the hole to get out of here? Oh, there it is. Okay. It's like, how did I get here? Actually, I might need that mirror shield. No, there's one in here. Never mind. Also, something else I love about these games, like for all the minor nitpicks I have a lot of praise for this game too. Okay, one of the things I love is the music. Like, I love how they did something similar in Breath of the Wild, how the music builds up the further into the temple, or in their case, Divine Beast, you go. Like, the further in you go, or the closer to it you get, like, the music kind of builds up a bit. They did an excellent job here, too, with that very same effect. Pardon me. Just gonna... Just gonna do this. So this is the strongest attachment we're gonna get for a while. Oh, whoops. So I want to go ahead and just Oh, I didn't have space for them all. That's okay, 6 is enough. I'll dupe more later if I really need them. That is an enemy. There's an enemy under there. Oh, but he might have another. He might have another weapon though. You know what? That's fair. That's a good weapon right there for later. I'm gonna grab this. And we got a bunch of these earlier. Gerudo weapon doubles the power of whatever we attach to it, so that's very, very nice. We'll use that later. Do this, and drop one of these. And I will actually set him free. I was hoping he had, like, a better weapon. But that's fine. It's completely okay. Now, finally, up to the main room. Lightning Temple, floor 1. Why isn't this voice acted? It bothers me every time. Riju is...
Daughter of the Gerudo. This platform connects to the very top of this temple.
Finish when she stops talking.
Use your power to charge the 4 batteries, and it will function once more. Heed my words.
Riju is still new to this whole adventuring thing. Clearly. Yeah, now behold the music has changed now that we've advanced in the dungeon a bit.
I'll leave that area to you, Link.
Oh. Okay. Rude. And with a sniper bow, too. I was like, why is the enemy music playing? What's going on? Oh, wait. I'm gonna move this aside for now, but actually didn't need to come up this high. We can tackle this in a bunch of different orders, I believe. At least I think we can, right? We have to drop in on that. You know what? Let's not. Let's confront you in here. Another mighty construct bow. But I think we're full on bows for now. Empty these. Empty out these guards. Is there anything back behind this? No, okay. So we have to drop on that from on high. We'll do that later. I think that's actually one of the last ones we do. Do we really have to start with the light source at the top? Is that what it is? I thought there was like one or two we could actually do before that. Maybe I'm crazy. Yeah, I think I'm crazy. I actually do have to do this first. Okay. All the way to the top. Set that up like so. Grab a mirror. Don't bother attaching a mirror to your shield. You won't really need it. Not on a shield, anyway. Is that good enough? I believe that's good enough. Yep, once it's going through here, that's good enough. We can start opening things. Need to blow this away. Just pull out another fan. Yeah, internally, like we heed my words, like we have a choice. True, we do not have a choice. Oh. That's pretty close, but yeah, it works. You got auto build? Good. Enjoy what comes next. Oh yeah, this looks like fun. That's okay. They're not deadly flames anyway. Button. Yo, Riju, where'd you go? Oh, there she is. She just spawns in behind us. Okay, so something I like and dislike about this game. So, in Breath of the Wild, the champion abilities were just, you know, just do some button combinations, press some buttons, and you use the abilities, right? Like, for Riju, for example, you just charge an attack. Or sorry, for Urbosa's Fury, you just charge up an attack and it automatically activates. But for this game, you have to individually walk up to the champions, or the sages rather, to activate their abilities. Yeah, Master Koga.
So this is one of the batteries. It seems to have absorbed my lightning well enough. All right, 3 left.
Yeah, Master Koga's back, and it makes sense too. He fell down at the end of Breath of the Wild. Well, I don't think you can get his mask, but you do get a Yiga suit. Now, if only he was voice acted. So yeah, I don't like the fact that in order to use the champion abilities, we have to walk up to them and talk to them individually. Also, there's the possibility of when you're running around, if they get mixed up or close together, like you could accidentally talk to the wrong one and activate the wrong ability. Like, it gets kind of tangled up. Now, I love the fact that they are out here fighting with us. I love the fact that they're out here fighting with us, and they actually do damage to enemies. They actually attack and do things. But like, I hate the fact that we can't just use the champion abilities, or I keep calling them that. We can't just use the sage abilities whenever we want. We have to individually, yeah, like, see, they're right next to each other, like right now, and it's the same button, A, for both of them. Yeah, there's a chance that they could get mixed up and I could use the wrong one. Also, let's say there's a bunch of enemies in the room and they run up to the enemies and attack them. So in order to use Riju's ability, I have to talk to her. But she just ran away from me, see? Like, just spacing. But like, so if she's fighting an enemy and I want to use her lightning ability on a distant target, I have to run up close to her, which is right next to where the enemy is because she's attacking it, in order to press A. Then I have to back off so that I can then shoot the enemy from a distance. See the conundrum here? The sage abilities are not well implemented, and they're just weaker versions of the champion abilities from Breath of the Wild. So they're really just not very well implemented, which is kind of a shame. But again, I love the fact that they actually attack with us and like do things. I am going to refresh the durability on my golden bow by picking up this one. I'm gonna straighten this out just in case. Just a little nudge. Oh, too much of a nudge. Wow, okay. There we go. So now everything's not lined up right, but... Apparently it does need it to be a little over to the side there. But that would just shine it upwards, and I want it shining down on some of the other ones. I'm trying to remember how I did that. How did I do that? How did I do this room again? Snap. There is that second mirror. Oh, that's how I did it. That's how I did it. I know why. I know what's going on now. It's the second mirror. That's what it's for. That's why it seemed so much easier before. I knew I was missing a step. Okay, so now that mirror there. Let's see if I can adjust this. Hit different targets. Let's make it slightly easier to do that. Let's just pull it out here. Or at least it would be easier to do it if the camera would work. Oh my gosh. Camera. I want this pointed at that. Get this moved out of the way. And of course, the wall is going to be obnoxious. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Like I'm doing something wrong. What am I forgetting? That is not the spot we need. Why does it feel like I'm forgetting something really obvious? If I do this, I can't see what I'm doing. Unless, hold on, maybe that's how I did it. And now I can line these up much easier. I feel like I'm messing this up somehow. But the way I'm doing it should work, so... There we go. Yeah, see? Yeah, the way I'm doing it should still work. It's just I feel like I had an easier solution the first time I did this. I feel like there's another solution I'm just missing. So where are all the targets here? Yeah, we lit up that one, but there's some on the other floors here we still need to do. Let's just do that one now. Instead of fiddling around with the light, let's just do this. Yeah, like, see, okay, so how do I get to Riju to activate her ability? I have to walk up to her while she's running around. There we go. I'm just gonna do this myself. So we're not here all day. Trying to talk to you, Riju, thank you. That fight was a perfect example of how I have to get close to the enemies in order to use her ability that is best used from far away. Yeah, you want crystallized charges for batteries, that is correct. You need 100 per battery. Where's the thing? It's up there? Okay. So, these things are already turned on, and they will remain that way unless you grab them. So if we hit or use Ultra Hand on these floating devices, suddenly we become responsible for their power consumption, even though they apparently have unlimited power right now. Don't know how or why that works. It just does work that way somehow. Let's see, how did I solve this again? I think I solved it with, like, the balloon. No. Pretty sure I chose the balloon method of solving this. Need a torch. This weapon's about to break anyway. Oh, that's right. I need to move this. No. Don't like the wheel. Silly wheel just keeps changing my ability when I don't want it to be changed. There we go. Utrim, but the sages sort of look like the same ones from Ocarina? Not really? Yeah, I'm gonna have to disagree with you there. There's definitely a big difference. Like, first of all, there's no Kokiri. There's the Rito instead. There's no Shadow. At all. That's replaced by Lightning. And also, yeah, Spirit was represented by the Gerudo before. But now we have Thunder. Oh yeah, and let's not forget that, except for Sidon, this is probably why I was thinking there was more light in this room. Forgot about this. Except for Sidon, everybody's a kid or a teenager. Although I guess, no, I mean, I suppose that's not entirely true. Link and Zelda are in their 20s, almost 30 by this point. There we go. Sages, but whatever. Yeah? I'm not sure how I misunderstood your comment. You were trying to compare.
This thing is going to be a problem.
You're trying to compare the sages from Ocarina to the sages of this game, and I'm trying to say I disagree. They're nothing alike. They really aren't, other than Yunobo Zagoron, just like Darunia. I mean, Sidon's a Zora. But depending on who you ask, maybe a little less attractive than Ruto. And then also, like, there is no Rito at that point, so, like, yeah, I'm not quite sure I'm understanding you correctly. In what sense are they similar? Can we bait him into... No, he's a bow user. He's not gonna. Here we go with some more Tomb Raider shenanigans. High enough for this? It is. So your best bet is to buy those It gives you 100 and it costs 100 per new battery thing. Yeah. So there's a bunch of ways to get... Yeah, there's a bunch of ways to get battery in this game. The easiest way is to just duplicate a ton of large zonite and then just buy all the energy you need, because you can buy it and then go to a place where you can camp. Go like warp away, camp somewhere, and then warp back, I believe, to the forge, and it'll restock, and you can just keep turning in large zonite that you duplicated for the energy crystals or whatever. And then you just turn in a ton all at once. That's probably the easiest way. But honestly, the energy crystals are easy enough to get. Even without that. Because you get like 100 if you do the boss refights that are down there. Yeah, just rinse and repeat, like what Gio's saying. Just dupe a ton of large zonite. That's all you gotta do. Let's see here. I'm choosing to use zonite fans for this. I don't have to. I could be using the if I wanted to, I could just use the little Korok leaf thingies instead. I choose to do it this way. Have to put it in. Ooh, that's right. We have to make sure it's lined up with that. So right there, where the symbol is, that's how. Okay. I think that'll work. I think that's good enough. Yep, it is. Spirit orbs? Don't you mean lights of blessing? Yeah, getting used to all the new terms can be a thing. Yeah, exactly. Getting used to all the new terms can be a thing. Go. That's another one. Now, where is Riju? Where'd she go? Riju. Oh, wait. There we go. Now
Hey,
it's...
the trap is disabled. We can get past now.
I've been past for a while.
Lightning, ready. Two more left, Link. Let's hurry.
Okay. And once again, the music changes with each objective. Where is the next one? Well, okay. There's the one on the basement floor, but When do we do this one again? Oh, wait a minute. That's right. We can actually do this one first. I'm dumb. I remember doing the whole temple and then figuring this out later. Like, why is this pot stopping me from pulling this boulder out? This giant rock. Ultra Hand is a little strange sometimes. That's right. We can technically do this first. I completely forgot. I remember doing the whole temple and then doing this one last because I didn't realize how to get to it.
Okay, only one.
Only one battery to go. Sorry to skip any voice-acted dialogue. Where's the last one? Floor 3. Oh my gosh, did I open this up and not even do it? That's what happened. I got the light shining and didn't even do the thing. Brilliant.
All right, we've charged. That should wake up the mechanism in the center. Let's go, Link.
All right. Boss time again. We'll go for a little hearty snack. Why not? Even though we have infinite fairies, effectively, and there's essentially no challenge to the game now, which is inevitably why they patched this. Still, I'll treat it as if it's to be taken seriously. Boss fight time. For real this time. Yeah, I know. They have voice acting for the switches, but then not for this part. It is a bit strange, isn't it? But before we go to the boss fight, I think it's time for a break. Ugh. So I'll see you guys in just a minute or two. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. Let's switch to some more attack up armor. Do I have any attack up food in my inventory? No, I don't. So actually, this is as good as I'm getting. For now, I'll have to actually cook those bananas that I have later on. But stage 2 attack up will do nicely for this.
Here we go!
Cicada monster.
Let's go! We'll finish it off here and now!
Version 2.
We've got it cornered here!
Yeah, the wing jump is really helpful. Run to the side, run to the side, run to the side! Ugh.
Are you okay?
Nope, they got me anyway. Okay. Let's pull out some slightly better stuff. Yeah, we've got some good weapons. Let's make use of them. And now it decides to go down. So, to avoid those stomps that I keep getting hit by, run to the side, or get really good at dodging. I think the perfect dodge for that is a sidestep.
Summoning more Gyptos! Don't let them surround you! Here we go!
Go. Oh, there it is. Oh my gosh. It took forever to fall. Run to the side.
Watch for the tornado!
Now attacking. Don't have much durability on the Gerudo weapons, but they do have good damage.
Show me what you can do!
There we go. I should probably stop tanking hits. Also, I'm just standing here,
Are you okay?
ignoring enemies when what I should be doing is actually taking them out.
Can you do something about the hive?
And, yeah, what we should be doing is respecting the enemies.
Maybe we can use it.
And actually taking out these hives first. Also, this frees up the light here. They actually can't get in at us anymore. And it weakens them. Ugh. Go. Take this out.
Here we go.
So this is not even close to as smooth as the first time I did this fight. Yeah, that was honestly sloppy. But we got it anyway. I think a better way to handle this would have been to probably get our armor upgraded a bit. Before doing this. Yeah, like all our Fierce Deity stuff is still low level. Yeah, we don't have much defense. Also, I probably wouldn't have burned through, like, what was that, 5 fairies or whatever. Had I actually been playing more seriously, I would have, every time I took a hit, I would have probably healed with all of my various healing foods that I prepared. I just would have been more careful about it, but since we have so many fairies that we duplicated, I mean, I don't even really have to be careful. So you killed Beelzebub, and now we found a Magatama of some sort. Yes. Here's what that's all about. Cutscene time.
Riju, beloved daughter of the Gerudo.
I know that voice. You are the one who's been talking all this time.
Yes, your ancestor from a time long past. I was a Gerudo warrior who served the first king of Hyrule and a sage who called down lightning, just as you can. I've seen you brandish the power you have in defense of our people. I would expect nothing less from my descendant. You are the pride of the Gerudo. The Demon King is responsible for sending the monster that caused the Sand Shroud. But the monster's true purpose was to prevent you from obtaining that stone. My secret stone.
Demon King. Secret stone.
Don't worry. You will understand soon enough. Let me tell you of events in our distant past. The events that shaped our people's destiny during the imprisoning war. Long, long ago, when the kingdom of Hyrule was still young. A great evil, the Demon King, emerged. He attacked the innocent and sought the destruction of Hyrule. He was our chief before he changed. His obsession with power transformed him into a monster. Rauru, the first king of Hyrule, and 6 warriors rose to oppose him. I'm proud to have been one of them. We faced the Demon King, but only after Rauru gave us the secret stones. Artifacts that amplified the abilities of those who carried them. I, the Sage of Lightning, fought by my fellow sages in battle with my own secret stone. But we were no match for his overwhelming power. He endured our strongest attacks, even the lightning strikes I called down. King Rauru knew we had lost the battle against the Demon King. He made the ultimate sacrifice to imprison the Demon King, to seal him away.
That was the imprisoning war.
Some time later, another of the 6 sages, the Sage of Time, came to visit me, and she set the Gerudo on our destined path.
The magic restraining the Demon King will eventually be undone. When that time comes, you must help Link. He is a noble swordsman who will fight that monster. So please, he will need your assistance. Lend him your power, the Gerudo's control of lightning.
The path of the Gerudo was clear at that moment.
We wish nothing more than to eliminate the Demon King. We are responsible for his very existence in this world, and for that we must make amends. I swear to you that when the Demon King returns, the Gerudo Sage of Lightning will awaken once more. The Gerudo Sage and her people will fight alongside your swordsman.
And now I have told you all I can of the imprisoning war and of our people's destiny. You have saved Gerudo Town, but the Demon King still remains a threat. Riju, daughter of the Gerudo, you must take up my secret stone and honor the vow I made to the Sage of Time long ago. Fight alongside the swordsman, Link.
So it's my destiny to fight by your side. My destiny as a sage, my duties as chief, and fighting side by side with you? Sounds like fun. I will gladly strike down this so-called Demon King. I guess it's time to claim my destiny! I am the Sage of Lightning. Witness this new power I possess. Link, give me your hand. I, Riju, the Sage of Lightning, swear that I will stand with you. And here, as proof of my vow, use that ring to call upon my power whenever you need it. It seems I can finally repay you. Okay, should we head back to town?
Honestly, though, the best use I found for it was actually in the chasm. You can use lightning to blow up rocks and not have to use a bomb up. Turns out Riju would be great at Minecraft. Also, Avalon. So Rauru is the name of the Sage of Light in Ocarina. Yes, that's where they got the name from, I assume. See, voice acted part is over.
Oh.
So if Zelda's in the past, then who did we see in the desert? It is confusing, but she is the Sage of Time. Maybe she's going back and forth, but then why is she avoiding us? That's what I was thinking right now.
So,
A trick to using Riju without a bow? I don't believe I've seen that one. I mean, it doesn't matter because either way... Oh, look. And Impa's here, staring at the geoglyph, telling us we should totally go to get that. That is Farash, however. Excuse me. We need to get that right away. Because we need upgrade parts for our Fierce Deity armor, obviously. But yeah, even if there is a way to use Riju without the bow, like, honestly, it won't really matter that much because we still have to walk up to her and talk to her in order to actually trigger the ability. Aha! Hello, Farash! Okay, so in order to do our upgrades on the armor, we need like a scale, a claw, a fang, and a horn. I'll probably do the dragon farming bit off stream on my own time because truthfully it can be a pain to track down these dragons every loop because there's no real way to farm them. You still have to collect the different parts one at a time. Oh. Like, you can duplicate the parts you have, but you still have to get them first. So, like, this is the first Ferocious scale I have, so I can duplicate all the Ferocious scales I want, but I need the other scales and the other parts as well. So I'm going to start with this, even though I'm very tempted to get the horn. I'm going to start with this. And now that we've helped out Riju, I think that's honestly a good cue to hunt down the other dragons, to be honest. Let's see if I can find the rest. If Farash is above ground, then I'm pretty sure the others are above ground too. That is really, really good for us. So they have a loop where they go above ground and underground. And I would like very much to collect these dragon parts while they're all above ground and I can see them clearly and easily. So once they go underground into the chasm, I don't have very much explored on this file, so we're definitely going to want to get what we can while we can. Need cold protection. Ugh. Cannot get used to these menus. So, is there a dragon flying out around here? Chance? It's not out yet. Doesn't look like it's out. That's not good. Unless it just hasn't appeared yet because of distance. Maybe it's not. The draw distance on the dragons is pretty far, though. Oh, it's just about 10 minutes before you can get another dragon part? Well, hey, that sounds good to me. Maybe it's because the loop is shorter. Maybe the dragon's still on its way up or something. Let's see if we can intercept it. Let's see, where does it come out of? Yeah, I know it goes through there. Does it come through here first? I think. I feel like that's right. Let's go down and find it. At least attempt to. Yeah, the Nidra Hydro Snowfield Cavern. Don't suppose you would be easily visible from here? No? Okay. That's a construct below us. Well, we can at least light the place up. And by the place, I mean this tiny little area. Okay. Where is that dragon? I am very tempted to just make my way that way until I find it, so I can get the parts. Should probably do some great fairy unlocking at some point. But given how much time I have left in the stream, do I really want to do that now? Do I want to run around and do that right now? We've unlocked this great fairy. Yeah, you know what? Okay, so I'll go ahead and get the dragon parts on my own. It literally just amounts to running around, finding each dragon, getting a piece off of them, and then once I have those pieces, I can dupe them if I want, but I just need to run around, get the pieces, and then I have to do it again and again and again each time. And all it amounts to is shooting the dragon in different parts. Like, you shoot it on the body to get a scale, you shoot it on the feet to get a claw, on the mouth to get a fang, so on and so forth. No real reason why I need to show that on stream, I assume. Especially since we had to do that in Breath of the Wild anyway. Well, had to. Should have done that. Yeah, you should have done that for money. It's good to do dragon farming. So I'll just do that on my own time off stream. Just running around collecting dragon parts. And in the meantime, I'll show off something a bit more important on stream, and that's unlocking the fairy fountains. No point in getting the parts for upgrades if we can't upgrade. Where are we headed? We're headed that way. Yes, we're in the right direction. There's the Colosseum, yep. Let's get the glide set out because we want level 2 on this right away. Level 2 on the glide set's awesome. I think we're actually moving, yeah, as fast or maybe faster. Just the glide set and gliding down. Gonna grab that shrine, we'll do it later. Gonna grab this Korok seed, if I can aim. There we go. The zoom in threw off my aim. Yep, we're gonna unlock this fairy fountain. I think that's probably gonna do it for the stream tonight. Again, I'm sorry for starting late, but the credits are very long, and I just finished the game on my other file. But anyway. Have a good night, Gio. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, yeah. Nắm.
So, we need to find another member of the band here.
Nhố.
Traveler from Farron to the southeast said they heard a sound of a flute at the Highland stable. That would be way over here. So, we're going to run over here. Grab ourselves a Pied Piper. So we're not ready to fight Gleox yet. But I could fight the one on the bridge there. I just don't think we're ready yet. We're gonna want something. We're gonna want some weapons with a little more oomph before we start trying to fight those dragons. They're pretty tough. I just wanted to land for a second. I guess not. Oh, fine. So this game actually, I think, does a better job with its musical presentation than Breath of the Wild does. But it does still have moments of, like, where's the music? Right now is a perfect example. Where is the music? Like, there it is. But it's just a little overworld tune. But like when you're skydiving, they have some music that plays, and it's different from the overworld theme. You notice, yeah, you don't notice the lack of music as much, I feel, in this game as you do in Breath of the Wild.
Hey. Nó. Nó. Nó.
We're good.
Oh.
Just came for the point. Here's our wayward musician.
Eh? Ooh.
He's trying to impress a girl his age. He tried to do it by lighting a tree on fire. That was perhaps not the smartest way to make a tree glow. So now he wants fireflies instead. A somewhat more reasonable solution. So we need 10 fireflies. Do I have any? No. But thankfully, it's almost nighttime, and I know where to get some. Honestly, one of the best places is actually Kakariko. Just like in Breath of the Wild. Actually get a good chunk just from here. We're gonna want our stealth suit. That's why we bought it. While we're here, we can also collect another armor set of some importance. So believe it or not, one of the most important armor sets in the game is actually the Radiant set. Don't have enough rupees. Ha!
Yeah. Hey.
Give me just a second. We'll fix that. That'll do for now. So the Radiant set. Oh my gosh, we need a little more. Or, from the design of that mask, the Luchador set.
Hey.
Has a very important level 2 bonus. It gets a 1.8 times multiplier on all bone weapons. And that stacks with the 1.5 times attack up bonus from food. So this is effectively the same as the ancient proficiency bonus from the ancient set back in Breath of the Wild, except this time it applies to bone weapons. But most importantly, it also applies to Gibdo bones. Now, Gibdo bones break in one use, but guess what else is only useful for one shot? Arrows. So as it turns out, getting that bonus on your arrows is actually huge. Now, we still have to do the upgrade, and we'll get to that later. For now, we need to actually collect fireflies. It's late enough now. I think they'll start appearing very soon. Yep, there we go. There's some. Three easy ones right there. Even though it looks like there's more over there, I don't believe there actually is. Yeah, we get closer and they're just not there. But if we have three, there's a chance at least that we can duplicate some more. I mean, if not, we would just wander around in various forests, maybe near the stable down there until we have enough. Let me see if I can get this to work. Why do you have to be walking right there right now? And then we need a total of 10, so this should be enough. Now we just go up through here. Another streamer I watch is going through the Mega Man series this month and just made it to the Zero games. Ah, good! The Zero games are easily the most excellent in the whole series. You're sure to have a good time with them. Or watching them, in this case. Okay, that's 11 of them. That's all we need. So let's go ahead and get this young man set up. With the girl he wants, and then we can finally unlock the next fairy fountain. The most important one. The one that gives us level 2. Yeah. X6 is hot garbage. That is the truth. X6 is among the worst Mega Man games ever produced. It's nice seeing a game that had a design philosophy in contrast to X6. Yeah, X6 was rushed out in like 6 months after the release of X5. It was super rushed, and you can tell it's just not good. Like, especially that trash compactor stage. Man. Who knows what they were smoking when they came up with that level.
Oh.
That level is nasty.
Ah. Oh. Hehe.
So now we go talk to the girl. just this girl right here. Come with me. And then right here. Oh, yeah. Yeah. X7's localization voice acting was next level suffering. Yeah, a little bit. It's fun to spin, yeah? Yeah, it was definitely interesting. Honestly, I didn't hate X7 that much, but but it still wasn't a very good game. Like, I can see why people do hate it a lot. Where were the fireflies? You can find fireflies in almost any forest anywhere on the map. I went to Kakariko and grabbed a few. Kakariko Village has a few. And then I just duplicated the ones I got in Kakariko, just to save time. Again, I didn't have to duplicate them. I could have just wandered around for a bit. Like, even right out here, around this stable, there's a couple. But, I mean, just saving time, really.
Oh. Oh.
And with that, can now head back. And magically he will be there. And I would just like to point out yet another subtle ocarina reference. I think he's doing it right. Look at the way he moves when he's playing his pipe. Did you see that little dance he was doing? Oh, he's not doing it now. Oh, there we go. That thing he's doing with his legs there? Yeah, that's a reference to how the Skull Kids play. Alright. So, let's get him up there.
Nắm.
Gonna head out, Aurora. That's fair. It is pretty late. Mainly because I started so late. you have a good night. You're not going to miss much. I'm literally just going to drive these guys up to the fairy fountain, and that's going to be it for the stream. And of course, it's a very simple affair to just grab this. Grab this and fuse the cart to it and then drive them up there. Easy peasy. Isn't there a controller around here somewhere? Yeah, there it is. Practically handing us the tools. We don't have to go find them, we just... have them all laid out here for us. But yeah, anyway, you have a good night, Aurora. I'll see you for tomorrow's stream. We'll be doing Sidon next. We'll go ahead and help out the Zoras. Musicians are very jittery. You know, that theme starts out very similar to the Wind Waker theme, initially. But anyway, you know, how'd you like X8, Avalon? I'll stand by X8, though. Like, X6 was hot garbage, X7 wasn't the best, but X8 was pretty good.
Oh.
Still not quite as good as the Zero series, but I'll stand by X8. X8 had some really good music, too. In fact, you might even recognize some of X8's... One of X8's tracks is my, my intro music. It's my pre-stream loading music. Oh yeah, of course. X8 blew a lot of... Yeah, blows a X6 out of the water completely. I will stand by X8. Yeah, it looked like they were actually trying. It's amazing. Well, not just that, X7 was them trying to do 3D, like full 3D, but you notice X8 went back to 2.5D. They went back to like 3D models, but on a 2D plane. They weren't trying the 3D arenas anymore. Honestly, hey, did he do Command Mission? Because honestly, Command Mission is one of the best Mega Man games ever made, if we're being honest. And it came out around the same time as X7. Yeah, no, X7 wasn't too bad. It was just the voice acting and certain things, like the perspective was sometimes not the greatest. It was really Mega Man's first foray into 3D, but like, it wasn't a bad game, it just wasn't a good game either. But Command Mission, on the other hand, was much better. So there's nothing to enhance. I don't have materials. But I will get materials before next time. And we will do some upgrades. But that is going to do it for tonight. We helped out the Gerudo. We've unlocked a second Great Fairy. Like I said, I'll run around and grab dragon parts. You guys really won't be missing anything. As I just, run to one dragon, get this part, run to another dragon, get that part, and just back and forth for like 2 hours. And then once I have one of each part, I can duplicate them all I wish. And we only need like one of each part for upgrades anyway, so we don't actually have to duplicate anyway. It's just nice to duplicate them because we can make lots of powerful foods and weapons with their parts if we want. But anyway, plans on playing Command Mission eventually, but not this month. Really? Not at the same time as the rest of the X series? Yeah, okay, that's fair. Command Mission is an RPG. It's, as far as I know, it's the only Mega Man RPG, and it's actually really good. They did a good job on it. It's a real shame that they didn't do a Command Mission 2. It's one of those examples of them doing a side game, and then it's a really good game, but then they never follow up on it, despite how good it was. It's one of those situations. Nintendo has a bunch of games like that. But, anyway. Yeah, that's gonna do it for tonight. Yeah, Time Tree, you can't take out capsules and shrines. They want you to use the provided materials so they can teach you how each thing works. If you give him $20, he'll play through Mighty Number 9 to annoy him. Yeah. Yeah, I hear that game wasn't as good as it should have been. Pew pew pew. I think I watched it once, but like it just wasn't it didn't really catch on. It was a mediocre game and considering the development troubles that it went through, like, oh. It was not worth it. I don't have it, and I'm glad I didn't do it. Yeah, we'll talk more about this tomorrow. You have a good night, Avalon. And you too, Time Tree and Aurora, and Geo and Unknown, and everybody else who came. Sequata. Thank you all so much. This has been a fun stream. A fun post-birthday stream. I have enjoyed it. Y'all have a good night. And I will see you tomorrow. Thank you, Avalon. Have a good night. Hey guys, thanks for watching. This is where most people tell you to like, comment, and subscribe. And while I would appreciate you doing all that, if you enjoyed my content, come check me out on Twitch at twitch.tv/TrinfiniteX so you can watch and chat with me while I make these. I'm a family-friendly streamer, so everybody's welcome. Throw me a follow on Twitch and Twitter so you can get notifications when I go live. Links will be down in the description. Have a wonderful day, and I look forward to meeting you.